N5CG. N5CG. W4DS repeater. The time is 7 p.m. A5FM N5CG. N5CG. repeater.
SK4VW.
This is the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
CAT monitoring.
N5CG.
too much tonight, are you? Been kind of quiet.
What's up with that? It's kind of been silent lately.
I don't know. People busy or other stuff. I don't know. It's just been really quiet here lately. No, I've been kind of on the tired side myself. In fact, I just got up just a minute ago, a little bit ago rather, fixing to eat a little bit of supper.
Operator, come back with your traffic.
Somebody double with me?
I thought it was Connor, but he's got a football game, so it may not have been him. Guess they decided it wasn't worth
Go
it.
ahead.
You needed some more sleep. I don't think you got enough, friend.
You're right. I know I sound kind of groggy still. Just gonna eat a little bite of supper and probably get some more rest. I've been whooped.
I'm trying to pick up some food right now. We'll see how that goes.
What does the other station say anyway?
Started to say it's Friday. I heard them say it's because it's Friday night, but I think they may have realized they were doubling with you and stopped.
Other station out there, go ahead. Well, I guess I had that one transmission left in them, and that was it, huh?
So, guess they decided to go do something else.
Well, mercy. Well, I'm gonna go yonder, see if I can find something to eat there, and I'll be monitoring on the handheld there. B5 RHS, you know. You can carry on with whoever else is out there, too.
Roger that. I'll be here. Kilo Golf 7, Charlie Alpha Tango.
W4DS. N5CG.
Blocked.
N5CG.
Blocked. Blocked. Blocked.
N5CG.
Blocked. Blocked.
Hello, who is this?
Blocked.
N5CG. KJ5SO.
Blocked.
Figure what that is there, Robert. KJ5SO N5BQ. I
Blocked.
thought it was you, Ron. I thought it was you, Ron. Me, I was listening to it.
they say?
No, it sounds like fry.
It's blocked.
Blocked.
Say blocked.
One of you is messing with the settings on the repeater or something. KG7CAT.
Blocked.
I wonder if N5CG know about it.
Blocked.
Well, Ron, it just don't like you.
Working good when we put it in. I don't know what's going on. The only thing I can figure out is I try to figure out why all we just getting is the time and not the other stuff in there.
Noticed that today, I don't know. Oh well. Alright, I got the grand youngins come rambling, rumbling in here, so I guess I better see what they gonna do. I'll be listening to the blocked until we're unblocked, I guess. KJ5FM.
I hear you on that. All right, Robert. J5SO and 5PQ.
Blocked. Blocked. User.
I turn the all-star off for a minute, see what's going on with it.
It's not y'all's end, it's the DMR bridge, and after an hour it will unblock if it's not transmitted on, but whenever it keys up it resets the block, so they'll have to disconnect that for a while and then connect it back up. What happens is if somebody keys up in a minute like 3 or 4 times very quickly, Brandmeister blocks the ID, so if you ever do that on Brandmeister, your ID will be blocked for an hour, and then if it's not keyed up, it'll unblock itself. K5TL.
Right. Well, ain't this a...
Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
A.M. Good evening.
From W5DI.
Blocked.
Was.
Blocked.
N5CG. A.P.M. N5CG.
TEL W5RHF.
How you doing, K5TEL?
I'm really tired. Really tired. I just wanted to ask you, what that thing saying every now and then? It says, keys up and says blocked or something like that over and over and over. What's going on?
You must have fixed it. That's brand DMR. Mine's got the DMR bridge on, and what happened, if you key up on that network like 5 times within a minute, real fast, it thinks that it blocks your ID for an hour because it thinks you've got a hotspot or something on that's going to loop, so they do that, which is crazy.
did it. It was coming from a node W5DI. You must have a DMR bridge or something that's going weird. It's off now. N0D, good evening.
Hey, good evening. Yep, he does. He's got a Brandmeister talk group. And every once in a while it does that. Doesn't do it often, but every once in a while. So, by the way, I've got, Chris, maybe you can help us out. I don't know if you're willing to send the guy some information or what have you, but or you can forward it to me and I'll send it to him. The club up here in Clearfield wants to set up an all-star node, and they're not sure, of course, how to do that. But they want to know what equipment they need, and they want to put a DMR bridge on it. So, and hook it up to the repeater. They've got an ARCOM 210 controller, and we've got a port on the repeater. We've got internet and everything, so we just need to figure out what interface we need and what components to do that. Because they've heard the Arkansas system and heard your system, and they're like, we want to do it up here.
Yeah, have them send me an email. I'll give them some tips, some videos to watch, and some other stuff too, so they can get it figured out. There's a few guys who use the ARCOM controller and hook it up to it. It's not that hard to do. It's just mostly getting the node built. But yeah, have them send me a message. I think you got my email, but if you don't, just use NA0D at golfmaryxray.com.
I'll send it to NA0D at gmx.com then. It'll come from one of the guys up here, and he's pretty good with computers, so I think if he watches the videos and gets it all set up, he won't have any problem. At least convinced him to get All-Star up here, so that's a plus. And he really liked the DMR part, so he's actually got an open spot going in on Fusion. I said, well, you can actually put a Fusion room in if you really wanted to. He's like, oh, really? I said, yeah, you know, it's the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I got a Fusion room. Well, I got that YSF reflector. DMR bridge. All-Star. Just built a public, although for some reason it's not public yet, but it's a public proxy for Echolink. I got Echolink. So yeah. Kelly, if you're listening, yes, it's still up. It's always up. Should be. So, Mr. Tim, I hear you got coming home to Arkansas. Where'd you end up finding a place? Might be able to give you all a hand if I knew when.
Going to be leaving here November the 12th and getting to Arkansas on the 13th, and we're going to close on our home on the 14th in Russellville. So we're probably going to unload the truck that Saturday morning. So because we're getting in Friday, we want to give ourselves an extra day, you know, because we don't want to make closing the day we get there and then, you know, something goes on and traffic and what have you. So, but November 15th in Russellville, we should be there.
Well, cool. Congratulations. Yeah, I think you're 2 hours from me, give or take. So, I know what it's like. So, if you're doing it on a Saturday and I don't have anything going on, which I probably don't, I'll grace you with a visit.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we can get something set up down in Russellville, linked in the system here. I'd like to get a good repeater up down there or something, and you know, they got a couple on Nevo. I don't have internet on them, but I'd like to see if we get the 440 linked in or something. They've got an ARCOM controller on it, and so I think they got the extra ports. So, but we get some coverage in that area too. So, you know, always working on something. anyway, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, find a spot, I'll build it if I need to. As many as we can use for the Oxcom stuff, I'd be happy with. So, and then just general chat in the meantime. But all right, I'm gonna get back to tinkering. That's what I was doing. But Kelly sent me a message about that thing. There's just Mike's node going nuts or something, so I dropped it. I'll talk to you all a little later. 73 and A0D.
Appreciate it. I'll get that's it. N5CG@gmx.com and see what we can do. And then we'll get something in Russellville to. Yeah, they want to get in the Oscom system. That's for sure. So, Kelly, hope you get some rest. Heard you got a new toy today.
Someone was detected at your back door.
Don't guess you've got to play with that yet.
No, excuse me. No, it hadn't. I hadn't been able to do that yet. Maybe, I don't know, maybe tomorrow.
Get us a good recording if you can. We'd like to hear it. And I did find, you might have got 2 or 3 emails with it. Dana got my laptop working. And I was able to send that to your dad's 3030 email back to you.
Yeah, yeah, I got that. Appreciate it. Yeah, that I liked hearing that.
Okay, well, we're going to visit a little bit here, and we'll get back on here in a little bit. I appreciate it. K5TF.
Okay, we'll catch you in a little while. I'm tired. I know I sound like Steven. Oh, mercy. But I'm tired. W5RHS.
N5CG. N5AQ. N5CG.
Good evening. This is Joe, Kilo Mike for Juliet X-Ray Sierra, calling this session of the Delta Club's 440 net. This net meets every Friday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, or right after the Delta Club information net on the 443.200 W5DI repeater located at the University of Memphis with a PL tone of 107.2 Hertz. This net provides new amateur stations training and allows all amateurs a regularly scheduled session for testing their 70-centimeter radios and communicating with the amateur radio community. All licensed amateurs are encouraged to participate. All stations are requested to refrain from transmitting without being acknowledged by net control. Stations not providing their call sign or suffix will not be acknowledged. Before we begin, is there any station with emergency traffic? During this net, should any station have emergency traffic, please use a double break followed by your call sign. Does any station have announcements for the net?
Golf, you back?
Okay, so far net control has picked up 3 stations, and I know some are still migrating over from the Delta Club information net, and we'll give another opportunity here in just a moment after we go through these first 3. I copied station 4 Echo, Delta Foxtrot Uniform, and Delta Golf Quebec. We'll go through these stations first, and then we'll call for additions and corrections. For Echo, Joe, please come now.
Good evening, Joe, and the rest of the 440 net. This is Joe, November Sierra 4 Echo, checking in from Germantown. Appreciate you calling the net, Joe. Thanks for all the nets you call. 7-3, NS40, back to net control.
Well, thank you, Joe, for checking into all the nets that you can and all that you do for the club. We really appreciate you. Hope you have a great weekend. 73. Now let's pick up Delta Foxtrot Uniform, Larry in Atoka.
Good evening, everybody. This is Larry, Kilo Romeo 4, Delta Foxtrot Uniform, trying to make it all the way in from Atoka. Hopefully I'm making it. Kilo Romeo 4, Delta Foxtrot Uniform, back to net.
Well, thanks for checking in tonight, Larry. You got a good, strong, clear signal, so it's working great for you. As they say, don't change anything because you got it right where it needs to be. Hope you have a great weekend. 73. Let's move on to Delta Golf Quebec. Keith, please come now.
Good evening, everybody on the 440 net. This is Keith, KJ4DGQ. I just heard where the Delta Club net was just signing off, so we might have more people coming in. But anyway, this is Keith, KJ4DGQ, clear.
Well, thanks for checking in tonight, Keith. Good, clear signal. Could be a little bit stronger, but completely readable and understandable. No problem whatsoever. So, as promised, we're going to go through A through Z again for those switching over from the Delta Club Information Net and see if we have any additions or corrections for A through Z. Please come now phonetically and spread them out.
Quebec, Strat.
Whiskey, whiskey, whiskey.
Juliet, number 2. Tango Golf. Juliet, Bravo, Golf 2.
Okay, looks like we picked up an additional 5 stations, and I copied Quebec Foxtrot, Whiskey, 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 Golf Juliet 2, Tango Golf Whiskey, and Juliet Bravo Golf 2. Are there any additions or corrections? Please come now. Okay, hopefully we've got everybody switched over from the other net. Let's go up to the top of this list and start with Miss Carolyn, Quebec Foxtrot.
Good evening, Joe in the net. This is Carolyn, Kilo X-Ray 4, Quebec Foxtrot at the home QTH. Thanks for calling the net this evening. I don't have any traffic, but 73 to everyone, and back to net control, KX4QF.
For checking in tonight,
And thank you.
enjoy hearing from you. Good, clear signal. Hope you have a great weekend. 73. Let's now move on to Whiskey, Whiskey, Whiskey. With, please come now.
Goodness, I am always amazed that I can hit this net.
N5CG.
The Somerville and hitting the 440. Goodness, this is with Kilo Alpha 4 Whiskey, Whiskey, Whiskey. I have no traffic for the net, just amazed that I'm still able to catch y'all. I'll be clear. Kilo Alpha 4 Whiskey, 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 73.
W4DS.
Well, Whit, we're really glad that you took time to check in with us tonight, and it looks like everything lined up in your favor tonight. The radio, the antenna, the atmosphere, all of it, so we're glad you were able to make it through. Hope you have a great weekend. 73. Let's pick up, next we've got Golf Juliet 2. Don, please come now.
Joe in the Delta Club 440 net. This is Don, Kilo Zulu 4, Golf Juliet. I'm out here at the Barnum Minimum in Brazil, And I'm sorry I ran over a little bit on the 8-2 net, but I'm glad I got in on you. And by the way, Whit, you never know what you can do until you try. This is KZ4GJ, back to net control.
Well, Don, thank you for checking in. I tried to take it slow so that we had a chance for everybody from the other net to switch over to this frequency. So it looks like it's working out, especially when you give 2 or 3 calls for A through Z. So appreciate all the nets you call and everything you do for the club, Don. I hope you and Barbara have a great weekend. 73. Now let's pick up Tango Golf Whiskey. Scott, please come now.
Good evening, Joe. Everyone on that. This is Scott here, Quebec 4, Tango Golf Whiskey, checking in from Lakeland. I am checking on my HG, and with a different antenna, wondering how I'm hitting it. If you could give me a report. KG4TGW, back to net control.
The Delta Club meets the second Tuesday of each month, and this coming meeting night meets at 7 p.m. at the America Baptist Theological Seminary, located at 2095 Appling Road, across the street from Bellevue Baptist Church. The Delta Club has information net that
This is Kilowatt Echo 4 Victor Whiskey, Eddie Echo Delta Item Echo, and just walked in here and heard the net and thought I'd check in. Hope everybody has a good evening. This is K4VW.
Well, Ed, we really appreciate you checking in tonight. You got a good, clear, strong signal, so that radio and antenna's doing a great job for you. Hope you have a great weekend, 73. Is there anything this station or the net can do for anyone before we close? This is Joe, Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Now closing this session of the Delta Club's 440 net. I would like to thank all 10 stations, including net control and relays, for checking in tonight, and would ask that you check in again next Friday night at 8:30 p.m. Good night, 73. The net is now closed. The time is 8:43 p.m. This is Joe, Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra, saying God bless you and all of your family. I'm clear.
Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra, this is Whiskey 4, Juliet Bravo Golf.
Whiskey 4, Juliet Bravo Golf. This is Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra.
The metastatic notes, curious what you're seeing. I've still continued to pick up kind of the regular traffic on metastatic, but I haven't really done a lot this week.
Hey, yeah, I'm seeing traffic come across also, and there's still some question marks in my mind. I know that you've got to have the right...
I admit I haven't really done much on the direct communication and what might be required to do that. I do have one node that's plugged into power. I've got another one that I think I'm going to just plug back into power. It's actually got battery, but I think I'm going to just leave it on battery or plugged in here at the QTH just to have a node. I've got another one that's supposed to be a mobile unit as well. I'm thinking about moving to my office, which will be out in Collierville, just to have another powered node that would be available out there. How about you? What are you doing?
Well, I've got several nodes up. One of them is in the client mute mode, which basically means it's receive only, doesn't forward any messages, but that's so it doesn't interfere with other receivers. But I've got two mounted up high in the upstairs windows at different ends of the house. And then I've got two downstairs in the windows there. It's high up if I can get it first floor. But one of the things that I found that has really been helpful
N5CG.
USB to begin with. I've got to figure out what's going on there, but yeah, I've done a similar solution to get GPS and just to kind of improve reception for that one unit that I have. So surprisingly, that P1000E, the kind of credit card format unit, SenseCap I think is the name, that seems to have the best reception of any of the units I have here. Over.
Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Yeah, I guess the question would be, have you mounted a different antenna other than the stock antenna that came with your radio?
Yeah, Whiskey 4, Juliet Bravo Golf. Yeah, I did for one of the devices, there's a 3D printed case, and I got a separate antenna that's a little better gain. I've done some tests in the past. It's been a little while, but I've done some tests on some of the LoRa antennas that come with some of the kits, and they're not tuned at all. They're not tuned for frequency, so a lot of them are really suspect. I encourage you, if you got any kind of meters, to kind of check them out before you use them.
network, and I think everything is going fine with it. One thing that I've seen that makes the most difference is the nodes that are set up as repeaters, i.e. what they call the Raleigh Hospital, which is Methodist North, the Eastern Poplar Tower, I believe it's called, on Poplar at Ridgeway Hotel, I believe, and then the third one downtown. I believe that's at the Southern College of Optometry. When those are working good, then you can really reach out. And I've been using the trace route to check some of those things. Have you used that?
No, in fact, I didn't realize such a thing existed. But yeah, I don't doubt it for that. If the repeaters are working correctly, I'm like you. I've got one of mine in client mute mode, but the rest of them are running this client. I think I don't have anything locally running as anything other.
What kind of labeling do you have on your stations there, Jim? Mine are labeled for Bartlett, B1, B2, B3, B4, and I've got another one's like a DB3. Like that may cause a little bit of trouble because I've been through that, and one mistake I did make was to label one of the radios with my call sign so that I could use the high power feature, which that bought me nothing at all, did not give me any high power, and of course it's limited to the radio. But that changing the label could possibly mess you up with your keys.
No, I've had that issue. I don't recall what the cause was, but I did change the setting on a radio. And unfortunately, also, other radios will cache the prior names of your radio, so clearing out your caches on other radios kind of becomes a hassle as well. Again, I think there are some things that they still are kind of shaking out in practice. I'm curious, have you looked at MeshCore, and do you know if anybody's doing anything with MeshCore? It's an alternative to Meshtastic. I'm trying to figure out if there's any interest locally. W5DI.
Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. I've heard of MeshCore, but I really haven't checked into it, so I can't speak intelligently on that. But speaking of intelligently, I wish there was an expert, a Meshtastic expert, that we could pose some questions to. I have some that I would like to get answered. But probably the keys is the thing that I've had the most difficulty with. It seems like whenever I send out test messages, whether it's the long fast mode, I believe they call it, which is just the general blast it out to everybody, or the direct message from node to node, I've been getting almost no response from that. I probably had better response with the airplane flying over from Pittsburgh to Dallas. Over.
There is a website for some kind of group that's trying to have a local Memphis area mesh, but they have some recommended settings. It really gets down to what they prefer is that you have a node that can publish to an MQTT broker, then will publish things over the internet. I think to assist in that. I can't remember the name of the website offhand, but it makes me wonder if those guys, whoever's working on that effort, might have a little bit better experience over Whiskey 4 Juliet Bravo Golf.
W5DI repeater.
8:54 p.m.
A lot of people in the club have trouble with it because it's further away from the eastern side of town.
It's K4VW.
N5CG.
When I was a student a couple of years ago, I worked in that building, so it's pretty funny and makes a lot of sense that it would be on the top of that library tower as it was then. But I think to follow up on the Meshtastic, I was just pointing out that there is a local group that tries to run or you know has a website documenting a local mesh in a node on MQTT broker for local node traffic, and I'm wondering if someone in that effort might be a little better informed on some of the local Meshtastic or Meshtastic information in general. Whiskey 4 Juliet, Bravo Golf.
I think if you go back through the archives, the YouTube page for the Delta Club, you might find the gentleman that spoke at our club. I want to say it's back at the beginning of 2025. I believe his name was Ryan Turner, and Ryan, I think, is responsible for some of these repeaters, maybe all of them, that we've got up. And he is probably the most knowledgeable person that I'm aware of, but I don't have first-hand access to Ryan. So we all come up with these questions, and sometimes it's just hard to get answers on. But I found that long USB cable, that 10-footer, works out real good to get it up high, because most windows have a plug-in close by, and you can get it up all the way to the top of it, and it's just a matter of getting it stuck or stay there over.
And I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's a pretty clever idea to just convert a mobile unit into a, kind of a base station, unit, if you will. I may try again with a couple of them that I've got. Well, actually three. May try moving one to the office. Unfortunately for my work location, I'm not really near a window, but I'd see if I can look around.
9 p.m. N5CG.
Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Yeah, it seems like I see the most problems with the units that are trying to run off of battery power. You can just about graph it. As a matter of fact, there's an entry there whenever you click on the node that gives you all kinds of options in addition to the trace route, where you can just click on that and you'll see some kind of form of a countdown timer or circle or something like that that'll give you like 30 seconds before you can do another trace route. But that will kind of give you an idea if you're able to hit whatever node that you're trying to reach. So that's something to try. I'll let the repeater reset before I continue. Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. And what I've been using so far has been the Heltec V3 module, radio LoRa, whatever you want to call it. And for doing it with AC power, I think that one is probably doing a pretty decent job. If I were going to be running off a battery, I'd probably look into I think it's called the rack or the Whizlock or something like that, because it's a little bit more power efficient.
W5DI.
Call in.
Hey, this is with Kilo Alpha 4 Whiskey. As far as the Meshtastic, it says, what is the the range of that. I mean, I'm a little bit north of Somerville, so I'm definitely out there. So if I had set one up, probably about 40 foot is what my antenna would probably be on the inside. Just curious to see if it would be an advantage if anybody would need that one out here in Somerville.
Good. I think you get a variety of answers on that. The short, quick answer for basically just the radio transmitting, the range is very short. It's like 0.2 of a mile to half a mile, something like that. But as you get more height with it, and of course keeping it powered 24/7 makes all the difference in the world. That's great. But the next thing that makes the biggest difference, or I should say the number one thing that makes the biggest difference, is having a router, a unit that's mounted real high up, like 10, 15, 20 stories up, that can relay the signal that you send out. And I don't know if there's any really tall buildings or towers between Cordova and Somerville, unless you can think of something.
Yeah, about the only thing I can think is an aircraft coming over. Yeah, I don't think our antennas would be very much higher than the water towers out here. But anyway, yeah, I was just asking because it seemed to be interesting, but I didn't think I could be able to get in that net. Appreciate it. Kilo Alpha 4, whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. I'll be clear.
Kilo Alpha 4, whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Yeah. One thing I will say is it does look like the nodes are expanding pretty quickly, and it could be some of those are coming in via the internet. But when I first started looking at it back in April, I think I counted 24 stations, and now, last count, I saw 229 nodes. But the problem is, you can have 229 nodes out there, but typically you're only going to see about 12 to 30 nodes that are online at any time.
Well, I mean, goodness, I mean, I've got a pretty good internet connection here at the house, but, I mean, is that what Mestastic needs? Is something to be able to hit the internet with?
Standby, where you're not depending on cell towers and internet and things like that.
For me, 73.
73, Kilo Alpha 4, whiskey, whiskey, whiskey. This is Kilo Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra with whiskey 4, Juliet Bravo Golf. Jim, you still there?
So I am. Yeah, it's exactly with respect to the MQTT, you can do either transmission of messages to a basically a kind of a channel type construct with MQTT, or you can also receive messages, and yeah, it's kind of routing out a band, if you will, extending the reach of the network, but you are at the mercy of which particular channels you're listening to, kind of what scope of traffic you're listening to, and you're at the mercy of having internet availability. Whiskey for Juliet Bravo Golf.
That could be be a real disappointment if you had an emergency situation where cell towers and power and other things are down and you're trying to send a message and you've become accustomed to using the internet and now all of a sudden that's not available anymore. That would be kind of a letdown.
Well, the humor to me is in my work, suffice it to say that we use a lot of MQTT. we send a lot of messages and have many, many brokers handling a lot of traffic for some IoT equipment system that we helped design. So I'm familiar with the technology and what it, kind of what it can be used for. And
just to have the MQTT settings activated on the node, you've got to have something beyond that. Is that right?
by default, and I haven't looked at the configuration settings, but I think by default there is a publicly accessible broker, at least one, that that the Meshtastic project has with a set of channels. That your nodes are by default publishing messages to. I believe you can change that. I believe you can change, on a per node basis, which channel messages are being published into and which channel messages are being received. And that, I think, in turn kind of limits the traffic. When I talked earlier about there being a local mesh, kind of a Memphis area net, one of the things that group has some instructions for configuring your nodes and the apps on your devices, and one of the things they recommend is they change you to kind of a locally scoped set of messages, W4JBG.
W4BS.
Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Yeah, that's one of those things. Seems like I have changed that MQTT setting to off so that I don't have the internet stations coming in, and then it's like the next time I look at it, somehow it's magically been turned back on. So I don't know how all that takes place, but anyway, I was going to mention something about the trace route. You say you haven't been using that feature?
In fact, I've not tried that.
Well, next time you're in your Meshtastic app looking at your node list, if you'll just click on a node, and you've probably done this before, it'll give you all kind of information on that node, what type of transmitter it is, and power, whether it's well, they say AC or battery or whatever, but that's not always the case. But it's got all kind of information in there, and there's two settings in there. One says trace route, and I believe the other says trace route log. So if you hit the trace route, with whichever node you've got selected, it will send out a ping to see if it can reach that destination, and then send it back to you. And whenever you click on the trace route log, it will show up there. And sometimes it even shows up on your screen whether you've got that selected or not. And it will send the signal back to you and trace that also. And it's curious to me, particularly on that node, a lot of times I can get a direct trace from Eastern Tall Poplar right back to some of my radios, whereas when I send it out, it's like it's got to take 4 or 5 hops to get to where it's going.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at that. I'm with you. You know, I always joke with things like this. It's when I was reading about Meshtastic, I joked to a friend of mine, you know, they're going to ultimately end up re-implementing TCP/IP badly. W4JBG. KM4JXS. Yeah, I know what you mean, and I think one of the negatives to Meshtastic is it's not necessarily a group of people that talk to each other every day. It's kind of like, oh, we've kind of got this mesh out there, and everybody's experimenting, and it's hard to compare notes because a lot of times if you're not able to reach them, you don't have a ham radio connection to them or phone line or anything. You're just kind of winging it over. Yeah, exactly. I'm reminded, one of the YouTube ham radio guys that I follow, it might have been the guy out in California, the Ham Radio Crash Course. I think there was a convention kind of setting where there were a bunch of Meshtastic people there, and I found it telling that Meshtastic had created a custom version of the firmware for people to load on devices at that convention, mainly to address traffic congestion due to propagation, kind of self-propagation of information. W4JVD. Mike 4, Juliet X-Ray Sierra. Yeah, I think I saw that same video, and I believe they were referring to the Hamfest or whatever that was going on, and there were so many people with their nodes right there next to each other, they had congestion, and that was the reason for it, if I remember correctly.
N5CG.
BQ.
way. But I'll gather my thoughts.
Yeah, I wonder if the Nashville folks that are playing around with Meshtastic, which the last time I checked on their map seemed to be a sizable number of nodes, and I kind of wonder what kind of challenges they're running into there, and if there's an organized effort to try to address that. W4JBG.
KM4JXS. Yeah, I really wish there was more of a talk session user group, kind of like what we're doing tonight on the radio, where some of these issues could be worked out, or even an in-person meeting, I guess, as far as that goes. But I think one of the big
W5DI
is power supply. I think some of the repeater
W5JSH, I believe.
But you've got to have a configuration.
Juliet Foxtrot Alpha, JF8.
You've got some way to...
Roger, Roger, N5CG.
Days where solar's not doing such a good job.
Yep, that's my name. Everybody has a lot of fun with that one.
And bigger solar panel, I don't know. But I probably have...
Yeah, I think I talked to the other W5JFA. I got you written down now. Won't help none, because the other day I went to check in on something, net or something, and I forgot my own call, so just writing it down don't always help. I'm proof of that.
Not a bad thing, really, for that.
Yeah, I do, too. And I forget everybody else's calls sometimes.
Battery, back up, or is it really a powered situation where they're able to take advantage of, some kind of scenario due to tall buildings and things like that?
Hey, what are you up to this fine evening?
What are you going to do? W4JBG.
Oh, I'm up here reading some news up here. Right now, that Letitia James that tried to take down Trump, and she's in trouble.
Power supplies that I have seen, and I haven't seen anything locally, so it's just been what a...
Well, they always said, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss. That's, same way with the president. But, yeah, I'm just sitting around here at work waiting for my release to show up and time to go home. Still got a little bit.
In a row, it's just not going to do it. And I think what I've seen
Yeah, I've been down them roads. Used to work at the Spring Hill Police Department. Working 12-hour shifts. 3 on, 2 off, 2 off, 3 on, and all that.
I might, we do some...
Yes, sir. I've got a funny tone here. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I guess I'm still on here.
With the NRF-based units, Nordic has some...
Yep. It changes, of course, I'm a carpenter too, and, well, ain't too much I can't do. Not bragging, it's just try to jump in there and learn every trade I can get my hands on.
KM4JXS. Yeah, if I were over-engineered...
Well, I'm pretty good at pushing buttons and running my mouse, so I guess I got the perfect job as a switchboard operator. So I reckon I'll stay here till they kick me out or throw dirt in my face. One of the two.
One, but I would use something large like...
I hear you on that, that's for sure. Well, I had to move out from the police department and went back into carpenter work for a little bit. And I filled out for retirement, but found out my check wasn't big enough to pay the bills, so I had to do a little part-time on the side to make the difference up.
I certainly think that if you could have a unit that could last, 72 plus hours on battery while you're...
Yeah, well, I ain't got that far yet. I'm getting closer every day, but still got a ways to go. But I'm just hoping that when I get there, it'll be enough to pay the bills at least. Maybe buy a sandwich once in a while. I wish I'd stayed in there and waited till next year. I'll be 67. That would have brought me up to the high ball on my Social Security. So, but I went with the low plan. Figured I'd had plenty of checks to come through and catch up, but I don't know, it's 61 half dozen other than that.
And also give you the capability of not...
Well, I figure while I'm working, I've got a few more years, and I need to get all my radio equipment that I need while I'm working. So when I do retire, I can just sit around the house, talk on the radio, eat and sleep, and fish when I can.
You can do a similar configuration.
I hear that. That sounds like a good plan. But it wasn't mine, I guess.
Have the radio separate with the antenna high, and then, like you said...
It didn't work out that way anyway, did it?
Maintenance activity is a little more interesting.
But it still keeps me going, keep me active. At least I ain't pulling 6 hours, 6 days, 8 to 10 hours a day, and making a big pile of money. And of course, I have to still pay for everything, but oh well, it's one of them things. So I enjoy doing it. So keeps me out of hot water.
The Delta Club is well known in the area and able to get.
Yeah, it helps as long as you can stay active, I think when I was living behind next door to my grandmother, she had one little bitty spot up there, about a 30-foot square, right outside the back door, and I'd mow the whole 2 acres, but she'd tell me, "You leave that alone. I want to mow that with push mower." So somebody come by one day and asked me, says, "Why ain't you there mowing that for your grandma?" I said, "'Cause she told me to leave that one alone. She was mowing it. Even though she's 90 years old, she still is the ruler of this ground. So as long as she's able to do it and wants to do it, I'm going to let her do it." Yeah, that's right. She owns it and everything, and she knows if you sit down in a chair, you're probably going to not last long. So she gets up and does what she got to do.
Friendly relationships with businesses. It's funny, when I first became a...
Yeah, I used to tell them, and when she was 90, I was in my 20s. She raised me, so when she was 90, I was in my 20s, and she could still run rings around me, and I'd be sweating, and she'd still be going strong. She'd get out there and work in the garden. She'd walk behind that tiller. I'd have to crank it for her, but she'd walk behind that tiller and plow that garden 2 or 3 hours every day. And she stayed active right up till the last minute when the lights went out.
Excess. Well, one thing for sure.
This is the Central A.R. Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
I met on video games and new technology. Back when we was a kid, you didn't have all them toys and stuff to play with. You got up and you got out and either worked in the garden or messed around in the yard, helped your daddy do something or another, was on the car around the place. hunting, go ride bicycle. We spent most of our time was spent outdoors. We just quick, we wake up, eat breakfast, we were gone. Halftime, we didn't come home till dark.
A little bit mystical, you know, still a little...
Yeah, I remember them days myself. I guarantee you, you had to get your chores done for sure, or else you see the end of that razor sharp belt or a weeping willow limb or a peach tree limb.
Now your test message is, I don't know if you're running Android or iOS or what on your app.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids nowadays, they sleep till they wake up by accident. Then they get on their phone and they stay on it. They might take a break long to get a sandwich or throw a little something in the microwave, you know, bowl of ramen noodles or something, and go right back in there and play with that phone, and they'll stay on it till it's to bedtime, you know.
Or no. And then sometime...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did something else. Of course, we can't take care of them like our fathers did. You got out of line, you got some pretty good whoopings. Now, if you try to whoop them, they want to come and put you in jail for it.
I'm most from...
Yeah, but back then, they raised their kids, and you didn't go, nobody went up there and told a man how to handle his own children. You know, you didn't lay a hand on them, and you didn't say nothing about him laying a hand on them. He raised them the way he wanted them, and you didn't interfere. But it ain't like that these days. You discipline a kid public, and they'll throw you in jail.
With keys and the actual key on the nose.
Hey, yeah, I remember an old story somebody told me about a man that tried to raise his kid and whooped him and all that, and, you know, keep him in line, and anyway, they come and got him and put charges on him, and he had to go see the judge, and the judge asked him why he did all that. He says, he's my kid, and I'm going to raise him up like he should be, not going to be tearing everybody else down and all that, and not doing what he should do and go to work and all that. And the judge says, well, why you do that, you know? He says, I think I'm going to put you in jail for it. And he goes, well, if you think you're going to put me in jail for it, says, then you can raise that kid yourself. Well, that's kind of what I always said. I don't have any kids. Never had none, but I said if I had kids, and I got hauled in front of the judge for disciplining them, I just walk in there and set the kid up on his bench and say, here, Judge, you think you can raise him up right without discipline? Just have yourself at it. There he is.
Yeah, but they want the parents just to get involved now.
Across the middle of it, and it's got some links to videos and how-tos.
Right, N5PQ. My dad he got involved real quick when I done something wrong. W5DI. You kind of halfway got the other person. Both of you kind of doubled there for a minute.
Seen that on your page? I could think it.
Oh yeah, Tony.
K5AAE over in West Monroe.
It's helpful. Half the battle is finding good sources of information.
Okay. Are you on All-Star?
And I'm kind of wondering if there's anyone in that team who...
I don't know. I'm on 146-730 up there in Spring Hill, I think.
Or some kind of...
Okay. Yeah, you get picking this up at West Monroe.
Roger, Dodger.
One of that thing is getting over there now. We put a new amplifier on the repeater, raised it up
feet. Yeah, I'm at about 110 foot with my antenna here, my vertical. I'm on it. I got some beams up about 130, 35 feet, but I got a coax issue with them right now. I'm fixing to have to lay my tire down and go through all that stuff. It's been up about 12 years, and I got some issues. I got to lay that tower down, work on it some, but I'm waiting on it to cool off a little bit.
Don't blame me. Yeah, we put a little over 100 watt amplifier on it, and we're 500 feet up in the air on the tower, so I was trying to see how it was working over like your area, you know, being that far away from us.
If I ever get my 13B2 back working, it won't be no problem. I used to talk Spring Hill all the time back when before y'all even connected this up, so it's not hard for me to get over to Spring Hill.
Okay, well, I was just trying to see what it's doing compared to what it used to be.
It's doing good. I mean, I'm on a JC 500, and I don't have like a regular S-meter, but it looks like, I guess, on this meter, it's about 8 notches over to the red, and then 3 notches in the red, so it's getting over almost to the red when y'all are keyed up talking.
Well, good. So it is getting some distance out there.
That's right. It's doing good there. Well, let me get out of here and let y'all get back to it. Y'all talking about them kids and everything. That's a funny thing to me, what y'all talking about, you know. They don't want you to whoop them. They don't want you to do nothing at home to them to correct them. But yet they just want the parents to get involved.
I taught my son, I ain't going to say it over there because it might land me in jail now, but anyway, I told him he had some choices to make. Either do that or he'd be going to foster care and all that, and we'd be in the jailhouse.
My daddy didn't play games at all. You come in, you needed a whooping, you got it. And then if you didn't like it, he'd tell you the door swings both ways, and you can just go right on out that door and go do whatever you want to. As long as you stay in here, you're going to do what I want you to do.
I'm talking about. All right, go ahead there, Roger.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm trying to eat me a little snack here before I get off work, so y'all go ahead. I'm just sitting here listening. W5DI. N5PQ, just trying to not overrun you there. I just wanted you, if you needed to, get in there and we talk some more. But okay, you get your mail down, and the other fella, I needed to write down his call sign.
Yeah, my call sign is Kilo Fox, the number 5, Alpha, Echo. And name is Mark, Mike, Alpha Romeo Kilo.
I was trying to find my pen. I finally got it up here, so do it one more time.
Kilo Fox 5 Alpha Echo.
Again.
That's Mark, Mike, Alpha Romeo Kilo.
Got you written down.
I can try to remember everybody's call somewhere down the future here. I've been out of Hammond for a long, long time, and I just got back in a couple, 3 years or 4 years ago. And anyway, I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things.
What's the All-Star? When y'all ask about an All-Star?
Oh, we done lost it. I guess we'll say 73s and maybe catch you back in here another time and see if I beat you.
Yeah, I guess the band fell out.
See that time.
I was asking y'all, or you, if this is All-Star, I don't know if I can get on All-Star with this Fusion radio going through an interface, but does it cross-mode you back over to analog if you go in on Fusion?
We got a node that does the All-Star through the repeater, and if you're tied to a node, you can talk in. Of course, you're in our repeater, so it's you're. I didn't know if you was on All-Star from another place or what, but if you're tied in our repeater, you're also on All-Star. So anybody else jumps in here, you can talk to them.
You know what the All-Star?
Let's you again on that one. Yes, the band is switching a little bit, so I guess catch you another time. Anyway, if Monroe's got All-Star on there, they can tie into the node in Arkansas and same one we're on, or through our node. N5CG, N5PQ.
N5ZE.
5ZE, N5PQ.
Hey there, I assume you're coming in from Louisiana. I just want to let you know I'm hearing you crystal clear up here in northwest Arkansas through these link repeaters. I'm up here in Springdale, Arkansas, talking on a repeater about 30 miles away from me in Brentwood. I know you don't know where those are, but man, you guys are, whatever y'all done to that repeater, it's sounded that, I assume you're talking about the Spring Hill repeater, Spring Hill, Louisiana. It's you're sounding better on that repeater than anything I've ever heard. So whatever y'all did today sounds really good. This is, by the way, my name is Steven,
and like I said, I'm in Springdale, Arkansas.
Yeah, well, glad you joined us in here. Yeah, it's in Spring Hill, Louisiana. And, yeah, like I said, we had a little problem with one of our other amplifiers and went out, so we put another one in. But between the, what's the things called, where you tune them out and get all the stuff. I know what they are, just having a senior moment here. But anyway, the radio was putting out 20 watts, but going through the duplexers, that's what I'm thinking about, only brought us out to 10 watts. And so we just undone that amplifier and run it straight through where we had, I think, end up to be 30 watts on another amplifier. And I said, well, I can't go with that. I said, we need to put us a bigger one in, so we got another one that 25 in and 125 out. And, of course, we're running 20 watts into it, so, and anyway, we're getting just a little bit over 100 watts there.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you said you raised the antenna height at least 100 feet too, right?
We're on a 500-foot tower.
Oh my gosh, in that topography, that is way up there. So yeah, no wonder you're coming in so clear up here. Yeah, I just can't believe. I've only been licensed here a couple of years, and I just can't believe how we can talk all over the region like we do, and it's just like we're next door to each other. How is my signal, by the way?
You're full quieting in here. Yeah, when you go through the All-Star node, it's it's internet, so it's what we feed into it is what we get out. Like you feeding into there. Now, if you was further away from the tower and have a little your tower to go into the node and have a little noise with you, we will hear that. Same thing here, if we're farther away and picket fencing coming in there, that's what we hear, on the node going that way.
Comment. It's Mark back over again in West Monroe. I switched radios, got on my Kenmore 2000, and I was just going to ask you a quick question. That's what I was trying to ask you a while ago. On the All-Star node, when you go into it, like I've got a open spot, I've got a Pi Star, anyway, and if I look for All-Star and I get on it, does it cross-mode me back over to analog or FM?
Basically, it's just like, how would I put it? Well, it's like cable TV. For example, if you're on, cable or some type of phone, or the new stuff that's in here, and it's just your repeater is transferring that instead of going over the air. I mean, it goes over the air off our repeater, but it also goes down the internet, and if whatever your signal is, that's how clear it's going to be to me. And like I'm under the tower just about. I'm 400 yards from it, and it will put that clear signal all the way to you through the internet.
Okay, fans falling out again.
I was going to say something here. It's like one doing putting them radios up there to try to make a VHF do HF stuff.
Right. All right, well, let me back out in and let the Arkansas station go back at it. K5AE, West Monroe.
73s, and enjoyed it. Come back here anytime you get ready. Go ahead there, Roger. I guess he ate his lunch or supper and then went to sleep over.
I thought that other station said he was up there in Springfield or something like that, wasn't he?
The other one, I don't know. Let's see. In Springfield, Stephen, N5CG is in Springfield, and and Roger, I can't remember where he's at.
That's Steve. I'm in Springdale, actually, but yeah, I'm up here in the north part of the state, northwest part, actually. But yeah, Roger will be back on here. They usually talk till late in the evening. He just got busy doing something, I'm sure. I'm fixing to get off here, though, guys. I've enjoyed talking to y'all and meeting you. By the way, what was your name there?
Hey, N5BQ, name's Ron, Romeo, Oscar, November. My given name's Ronald, but I go by Ron.
Roger that, Ron. I caught Mark's name, but just wanted to make sure I got your name, because I hope to hear you on here more. I'm trying to get on this net a little bit myself, and got an echo coming from my head and he talked to you, so I apologize for that. Anyway, 73 guys, it's been a pleasure talking to y'all, and I'm sure, like I say, Roger will be back on here. I may be back on here myself in a little bit. I've got to go take care of a few things. 73 guys, N5, I'm clear.
Steve, we'll catch you a little later. N5ZE, N5BQ, and anybody else wants to talk, come on in.
I had another question real quick. Do you know what the connect number is for All-Star that y'all are running? I mean, they got like a room number?
I don't have that N5CG. He set it all up, and he can tell you the number and all that. So, or if you want to go to All-Star and set up your, or look, you can see the nodes, and you can see our node and the numbers that you got to do to punch it in if you got All-Star.
Okay, well, I don't know I don't know how All-Star works. I don't know if it's in the Fusion system, like a WiresX system, or if it's on a standalone system all at all.
They got, what's that, other radio, DMR. They got DMR comes to it, and I'm sure you'll be able to do the other one.
Well, I think I've seen All-Star on my lineup, but I've never tried to connect to it. But I may go in the house here in a minute and get my little FT70 and turn on my open spot and just log into it and see if I can get anything out of it. But anyway, it's good if you can catch somebody on it talking and then try it, because then you know you've connected. You know, if you don't you connect to it and you don't get nobody to come back to you don't know if you got connected or if you didn't.
The main node for all that is in Little Rock, and we're a little node that's tied in to all that, so that's why all over Arkansas you could talk all the way from up there, Harrison, and where my dad lives, Flippin', there's a tower there with All-Star on it, and also another one in Mountain Home, I think. It's got All-Star tied to it, so, and it's all over the state. So just fix that, and you'll hear everybody.
My band's dropping out again. You can go on YouTube if you watch YouTube and put in All-Star how to hook up on it, and it should give you a bunch of people that does it, and they can show you how to do it. Sign up unless somebody else comes in here. This is N5BQ. I appreciate the info. I'll check it out there in a little bit when I go in. Y'all have a good one over there. Good to catch you on. Good to meet y'all. N5AE. 73s. We'll holler at you later. N5BQ. W4DS repeater. The time is 10 p.m.
p.m. Good evening.
From W5DI. N5CG. the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeated in West Little Rock.
N5CG. N5DI repeater.
N5CFA Mobile.
N5CG.
Good evening again, Roger. W5JFA, N5PQ.
Good evening. Yeah, I finally hit the time where I could get out of there.
Roger that. So you out of there and headed home, huh?
Oh, my order a call sign, Cap. It was supposed to have been delivered today, so I'm gonna go home and see if it's there.
On that. There ain't been too many out there getting on here, so they all must be getting ready for tomorrow.
Usually have a pretty good group in there most nights, but I hadn't heard nobody but me and you and a couple others tonight. Steven and Tim, Kelly, I ain't heard none of them in here.
Yeah, I talked to Steven, N5CG, and Mark. Talked to him a little bit, and they all went their ways.
Some guy pulling a camper down the road, and there ain't a light one on that camper, and it's a lot wider than this truck is.
Hope nobody hit him if he's trying to stop somewhere.
Wasn't even no marker lights on the rear. I don't know if his brake lights work or not. I hope they do. Or else they may be hearing from him later, you know. I seen something go by coming this way with blue lights on it about an hour ago. I don't know where they was going, but apparently they didn't see him.
You gotta stop every now and then and check your lights on them campers. Sometimes that plug will work its way out and you don't know it.
I bought me a cargo trailer and built it into a camper, so it's got enough lights on it. At nighttime, they glaring in all my mirrors, so there ain't no way you can not know they're not working, you know. But I can look at any one of my mirrors and see the lights on the side, the front, and the top.
Yeah, I hear that. I'd like to build me one. I got some stuff that I got from a friend that had disassembled a whole camper, and you know, he just wanted the trailer part of it. So, you want this stuff right here? And I said, sure, I'd take it.
I bought this little cargo trailer, brand new stuff, just a 6 by 12, you know, 6 wide and 12 long. I wished I'd went by 7 by 14, but if I had it all to do over again, but I done what I done. So I started out with a set of wooden bunk beds in it and a little table to set a cook stove on, a little camping stove. That's how we started. Then just kept upgrading and adding a piece here and there, and I got it to where I could actually live in it if I had to, you know. Got solar on top. Everything in there runs off solar except for the heat and the air. Diesel heater, it just runs off the house battery. One of the little Chinese diesel heaters, and then I got electric heaters, and I got a propane heater, so I got, no matter which way I go, I got heat, you know. But the air conditioning, microwave, and fridge, they have to have AC to run. But most time you at a campground, you got the AC, but I can go out and camp wherever I want to, and I can still run my lights and my fan and my TV. Hey, yeah, I've been aiming to wanting to build one too. Like you say, about a 7x14 or something like that. I got a friend that's got a one like that. He's got one of them the doors that in the back, and it goes all the way down. He can either make a patio with it, or you know, you load it. It's kind of like a car hauler, but it's not. It's just light duty on that part, but you can roll your stuff up in there. But you can, what's nice about them, you can build a wall about 1.5 foot in and put all your electronic stuff back there, and when you need to get to it, pull it down and work it over. Yeah, I've been wanting to get that. Told him I'd trade him my little trailer and some cash for Ed if he didn't want to keep it. Yeah, that's what mine had got on its ramp door, and I hooked chains up there on the ceiling or whatever, the top metal rail of it, then measured it down where I'd be level with the bottom floor of the camper, and I can drop it down. I got a little fold-up picnic table that folds up like a suitcase and sits under the bed, and I can pull it out, unfold it, and set it out there. It's like having a little built-on deck back there. Sit out there and drink my coffee and play with my radios and stuff. When the weather's good, but it's just too hot in the summer to use it, too cold in the winter. So sometimes you can use it in the fall or spring when it's comfortable, you know, outside. Right on that. Hey, instead of getting on them air conditioners that like motorhomes got, get you one of them what that thing is. It's they're real small, and they don't take very much juice on them. It's all got DC inverters and all that in it. The air conditioner, I just went to Walmart and bought the cheapest little 110 unit they had. Put it in there, and we cut a hole in the front nose of it, and stuck it in there and mounted it. And I ain't never had to run it on nothing but low. And after a while, it'll get so cold you got to cut it back some, you know. And it does fine. Of course, we insulated, you know. We took all the paneling and plywood off the walls, and put that foam board insulation in there. That pink kind of looks like styrofoam. It's a lot more dense, you know. Got the Pink Panther picture on it, so we stuffed that in between all the what you call the ribs or whatever, metal ribs to go over, and then filled in between all them, and then put the plywood back up. It's insulated pretty good, so like I said, that air conditioner, I never had to run it on nothing but low. It's the way to go to something like that, and like you say, insulated real good, top, bottom, sides, and it'll keep you toasty in the winter and cool in the summer. Get you a small generator that's good enough to carry it and help save on fuel. Them little 2,000 watt inverter generators got up there at Harbor Freight. Set it over the bed of the truck, crank it up, and you can go in the camper and you can't hardly hear it running. But it'll run everything in there, microwave, air conditioner, the whole 9 yards, heaters, whatever. When it's going to be ice and snow on the ground, while it's still pretty, ahead of time, I'll pull it up there to work, park it, set the step out, and then run my cord over and plug it in the back of the building. Of course, we own big generators up there, if the fire goes off. So I just stay right there at work in my little camper until the roads clear up. Right way to do it. So, kill
yourself on them steep mountains and stuff, get snow all over them. Nice when you get off work, just walk out there 30 feet or about 100 feet, open the door and climb into a nice warm room, kind of like a little apartment on wheels, and turn on the TV and watch what you want to watch till you get sleepy, and then just turn the TV off and lay on down and go to sleep. Works out great. Yeah, you making me my mouth drool here, wanting to do mine. Do me one. All I got out here is a little 5x8, and it's not big enough to do anything in, but throw some tools in it and go somewhere. Like I said, if I was going to do it again, I'd get the 714 for the simple reason. If I'd have got one 7 foot wide, I could put my bed crossways back there by the back door, and that way when I dropped it down, I could lay there in the bed, look out across the lake or something, you know. But I'm 5'8", and this is only 6 wide outside to outside, so my head is pressed against the wall on one end, and my feet are pressed against the wall on the other, so I had to put my bed long ways up one side of it. But if it wasn't for, if it was 7 foot wide, I could have put my bed crossways at the end and give me a little bit more floor space. For sure. That's the way to do it. Anyway, you can always put that one up for sale and do you another one. Of course, I know there's a lot of work, you know. Well, I've done got so comfortable with this, and I like it pretty much just like it is. Finally got it to where everything suits me. Got me a little dual band radio mounted in there, and got 2 filing cabinets, one full of groceries and cooking utensils. The other one's for, clothes and stuff like that, you know. And of course, I got a junk drawer in the bottom of it, but everybody got to have a junk drawer. But that's for the stuff I don't use. Then under the bed's packed plumb full of stuff, you know, in totes. So it works. It got me a little fridge, one of those small fridge like you take for kids going to college, you know. And it's up there in the front nose right under the counter, the stove on top of the counter, and the microwave beside it, and the air conditioner above it. So it works out perfect. And that little TV that got a DVD player built in and runs off 12-volt R110. I guess I just keep it and use it just like it is. It's light enough I can pull it with just about anything. That's the way to go. Yeah. You married? You got your wife go with you, or just you? I got married one time in 94 and got divorced in 95, so then when I got me a horse and a dog, the horse finally died, but I still got my little dog. She goes where I go. Okay, on that, well, anyway, yeah, that's, at least you can go anywhere where you want to go. Just pack it up, go spend a weekend or something like that at a lake and enjoy yourself. Sir, it's nice. Anyway, I just pulled in the driveway here at the house, so I got to get out and unload the car and make it inside there. So we'll get you after a while or tomorrow sometime. Enjoyed talking to you, W5JFA. Have a good night. Roger. Have a good night, too. And get you in the next round. W5JFA, N5BQ.
Time is 11 p.m. W4BS repeater.
p.m. Good evening.
From W5DI. N5CG.
A5SWT, Marshal. So, you wonder where you was tonight? I went out to eat with the family and then went to a ball game. Went to the Whitehall ball game out there. Maddie, the youngest one, they extended it this year. Every year, they've done a little mini cheer clinic, and they extended it to 6th grade this year, so she was in that. And of course, Laney's in the band, so we stayed through third quarter and left. They invoked a mercy rule after halftime. They played Pulaski Robinson. The score when we left was 72. That's right, 72-0. I don't know what the final was. I don't know if they scored one more touchdown after we left or not. I think they were caught up. No, that's what everybody was saying. The best thing going for Whitehall is their band right now, but it's not just Whitehall. None of the Jefferson County schools are winning hardly anything. And I don't know what's going on. I just got off work and got to the house here. I thought my call sign cap would be in. Ordered me one off that hamcrazy.com. Green with yellow writing, just had my call sign and it says a little writing under to Mount Arkansas, but it wasn't here, so maybe it'll come tomorrow. I heard that. Since you have Wi-Fi now, if you ever think about putting a camera or cameras up outside your house, I know just the one $1 for the camera. And you do it all on your phone. You can move it around, up and down, side to side, pan around. If you ever think about doing that, my dad got one for the church that he goes to. They just had to have one for insurance purposes and this, that, and the other. And he's pretty impressed with it. I've always thought about it. Wished I had a camera here, and now they got Wi-Fi. I hadn't even thought of it once since then. But yeah, I would like to have a camera out here that I'd like to have one that could record, and that way you have a backup, like save it on your computer or something, Hello, everybody. You can get them too. You can get them kind of Ring doorbell cameras. I've got a Ring doorbell camera, and I like it. It'll record old stuff. Cameras get the right one to reach. Just old stuff in the cloud, as they call it, for I don't know how long it'll hold it, but I think for 30 days. It's a Ring doorbell camera, or a Ring doorbell, but then they also make cameras sort of that way, but you can get different kinds. I like my doorbell camera though, because it'll go off on my phone. I like it especially when I'm here by myself, during the day or in the evenings or whatever. Good evening there, Tim. You're going to have to say that all over again, because Stephen walked right over top of you. Yeah, it wasn't quite quick enough, sir. I tried to be. Yeah, I just said, I like our Ring doorbell camera. It's really nice, especially when we're away, because, sometimes we have people come feed the kitties and all that, when we're away. We know exactly when they come in the house, when they don't. We know when the postman delivers the mail and the packages, and sometimes it'll give us false readings because neighbors, we don't have that problem when we move, because our neighbors is not going to be as close as they are here, so I don't think we'll have as much of an issue there, but those Ring doorbells are nice. K5TL. The Ring doorbell wouldn't do me any good, because my door faces a little strip of woods, and then there's a highway on the other side of that. But my driveway
right out the end of the house. So I need one camera that I can mount up under the eave, on the front porch there, where I can see the whole front porch, the front door, and then all the way down the driveway. It's all one straight shot down through there.
Yeah, the way this camera here works, Roger, I think I'll have to read on it, but I think it'll save clips for up to like 30 days or so at a time. Depends on what you got. We pay $6 a month for the plan, and it'll save it for, I think, 180 days or whatever. Stores it in the cloud, maybe 30, but it's really came in handy. You don't have to put them in the door. In fact, my sister's got several of them hooked up in her house, and she's even got one, in the garage, and she can tell when the cats go in and out, just all kinds of different things. She can set those things. She's got one watching the bird feeder, so she wants to look at it. It's, like I say, they've gone really advanced. Nicely bad, you can log in on your phone and view it at any time. You can even go live and talk to somebody.
Amazing. Yeah, my nephew's got these little game cameras. I don't remember what he paid for them, but they work off cell service, and you can put them out in the woods around your deer feeders and stuff. Every time something walks in front of it and he takes a picture, he'll send that picture to your cell phone. So you get a notice, you pull it up and see whatever's standing in front of your game cam. I thought about getting one of them, putting it out here, but then you got to pay, I think it's $10 a month for a subscription on that. But I'd like to have some kind of camera here where I could keep up with who's coming up, making deliveries, anybody prowling around or what have you. Run back out the car and grab another handful of stuff. I'll be right back. W5DI.
Okay. Hey, Stephen, have you noticed I did a node update, and for some reason, I even rebooted and everything else. For some reason, my temperature was stuck on like 51, 52 degrees. It didn't change. And this node update, I rebooted, and now I don't have any temperature on the hour. I think if I bring up the time, it says it, but it don't give me the temperature on the hour, half hour anymore. No, I don't know. 11:30 and C. Sure, let me dial star 81C.
Steven, I thought you better send me a link to that camera.
This again. Good evening, Tony. It's saying temperature 41 degrees, but it's not telling me. Usually it says mostly cloudy, mostly clear, or whatever. But when it does the hourly thing, it doesn't tell me the temperature at all. I'll just wait till 11:30 and see what it does. I know that Brad said something about that, I think, on the ClearNode group. He was asking about that yesterday.
if the update made it quit.
Yeah, I didn't tell you. I sent Chris a message, and I was shocked at the meeting last night. The guys up here want to get a node on our repeater, All-Star, and they want to send a DMR bridge up to work with the local talk group on DMR, so that we can, anybody that's on the local repeater will come through the DMR talk group. And if I'm down in Arkansas, I can still talk back.
Good morning, Tony. Evening or whatever it is. What did you say? You said you want me to send you a link to what?
You both send me a link to them cameras that you talking about.
Well, I don't have it. It'll be in the morning. I'll do it in the morning. I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Bet you don't. I bet it don't, Tim. You don't bet it with me, Tim?
Send me a link to it while you at it. Mandy's got the link. I ain't gonna bother about it right now. But I will get it to y'all tomorrow. Don't worry, I've got a game camera out here now set up, and anytime somebody walks up, when just as quick as they enter up on the porch, it comes on and does the 3-second. I think it's either 3 or might be a 10-second video. Wait a minute, I just told a lie. I got the link on my phone. Y'all have it in just a few minutes. Let me go over and get me sweet tea over here. I got it at the ball game. Yeah, I got it on my phone. I just now remembered that.
See, Roger, Stephen lied to us, didn't he?
Just spoke ahead of thinking. Now I got that game cam. I did have it set up where it takes 3 snapshots of anybody that walked up there. And first time it got full, and I pulled that little SD card out and put it on the computer, it had 36,600 pictures on it.
Alright,
It's a long time to go through that.
Card you had it.
By the way, I was going to tell you, good to hear you on that Arkansas DMR net. You sounded good on that 9600, by the way, so I guess you got that all figured out. You can arrow through those talk groups once you get on the repeater that you want. You got to get on time slot 1 and you arrow up and find those talk groups. Probably figured that out, though, so, yeah, you really sounded good on that 9600. Now Kelly got to get that code plug in his radio.
One thing I'm confused on, last night I kept hearing, or maybe it was this morning, I kept hearing a Jonesboro pop on there, and I could hear him, but then as soon as he unkeyed it, all disappeared, and I, just showed Malvern. Which one of the buttons is the one that allows me to stay on that talk group?
I think it's the, it's on the radio. I think it's the first one on the bottom row on the left, but let me try it tomorrow, because I don't know, I haven't used that too much on that radio, so I'll have to find it. But that's, I'll have to find it and let you know. But yeah, you hope that code plug worked out all right. try to get everything in there right. If there's some mistakes, well, let me know, because I need to fix them for Kelly, or you can fix them for Kelly, but I probably need to fix them for myself, because I've got the same code plug in my radio, basically. But I finally got my laptop computer today. Dana got my email working, so I think I'm going to start using it. I mean, I like these desktop computers. They're fast, they work great, work really good, but man, they sure take up a lot of room.
Yeah, there was a couple of things I had to go in there and correct. One of them was the the receive PL tone on the, or maybe it was transmit. There's a couple of them that the transmit frequency is a little off, and there's a couple of them that you put in a PL, a receive PL, and the repeater no longer shoots a PL tone. And there's a couple of them that had the wrong tone in it. And but it was like the one right next to the one it was supposed to be, so it was like just a typo error.
Okay, well, I appreciate you fixing it. Yeah, I bet you the 09 was one of them, because I forgot he don't transmit a tone. I don't know why. I'll go fix that in Kelly's code plug and resend it to him. And if you remember which one the transmit was off, I'll have to fix that. So, because I want it to be right, and I'll fix it in mine tomorrow. But get with you tomorrow on it and see which ones I messed up. But sometimes it's real easy to do that, you know, when you probably been working on it for quite a while, and that's what caused the problem. I have to look at Steven's code plug too to see if it's right. But probably not. But I'll get it all fixed. But yeah, those are good little radios, and I tell you what, it makes a difference. You probably can, with that outside antenna, you might even get into the low DMR. I don't know. The AC5XB, that's the DMR on Chenal Mountain. I don't know if you can get into any of the repeaters on Chenal, probably not. But you probably would get into the DMR in Hot Springs. Now, the Arkadelphia DMR is not up yet. Should be up any time, but it's not up quite yet. Glenwood is, though. I don't know if you can get that or not.
I hadn't tried much of the DMR other than just on the Malvern on here, but one of the frequencies was the 443.2. I think the transmit you had in it as 260, 448.260 instead of 200. And then Clark County, the 146.760, I think you had the receive tone. Well, that's also owned by Eli, and he don't have his repeaters transmitting out of tone, so I had to turn the receive tone off.
Okay, I'll look at the 3.2. I thought I had put the remote receiver in it, which would have been 442.025, and that's the remote receiver. It works a little better than the main one on the mountain, so I thought I'd put that in there, but it might not work, so I'll go look at it. Yeah, I'll go fix all that then and send it back to Kelly, so I don't think he's programmed his yet, so I'll get that all done and see what we can get accomplished tomorrow. But I'm sure glad to get this little laptop working. Like I say, I really like his desktop. It's got 16 gig of RAM in it, but Windows 10, but this laptop's got the same thing in it. It's an A7 processor, and I think it's got a little bit of hard drive in it, so I may just start using it. Because the time you put the desktop on the desk, and the keyboard, and the monitor, and all that, it sure takes up a lot of room. Plus, I find myself not using my laptop, so when I want to take it with me, it's not up to date.
I hate having to do the updates on them, but now on this, since I got this new radio in here, you know, it's 45, 50 watts. I got that antenna up on the pole and mounted like it's supposed to be. I can get into this system on 2 or 3 other repeaters. I think 2 or either 2 or 3 different Little Rock repeaters I can get into full quieting. And the one at Arkadelphia or Clark County, whatever, at Clark County one I was just telling you about, I can hear good on it, but I'm real scratchy or noisy if I try to come into this system on it.
You can probably get into one Little Rock repeater DMR then, so, and that'll be good. If Kelly ever gets that converted over there a bit, you'd be able to get into it too, so. It opens up a lot of doors, that's for sure. Go ahead, Stephen, and turn it over to Tony. Yeah, I got to flash another GD77 tomorrow. I want to put the open GD77 on it. I've got that accessible and converting all those over so that it'll take the code plug right. Now that I know it'll do it. I had Melvin's code plug in my radio and I forgot about it. I changed it. Anyway, go ahead, Tony. You still there?
I'm just listening, y'all. I'm not alone, so because I listen, y'all.
We don't know if we are or not, but anyway, hopefully you can.
Hey, I'm out right now on this one.
There's a noise in there, but you're in there. Pretty noisy. That's 775 in Little Rock.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to try another one right quick. W5JFA, what about that one right there?
Warning right there. I don't know which one that is, but it's good.
That's at 443.2.
Yeah, you're perfect at it. That means you'll be in really good in the DMR in Little Rock too, so yeah, you won't have a problem.
Okay, that sounds good.
You ought to be able to hit 9.4 and all of them up there then, so. I think I'm going to buy me a couple new antennas when I move and get the 17-foot antennas. Probably the 17-foot Workmans and put them up.
There's a couple of others I got a question on. It says KC5D JR-PC N5CG DLR-BM. What is that?
The N5CG DMR, that's the BM, that is the School for the Blind repeater. So if you're ever downtown Little Rock, yeah, that's what you'd use, because it's downtown Little Rock. I put that up there in case you ever had to be up there to, downtown or something.
Well, if I want to go to the Little Rock, the DMR repeater, how's it listed in there?
AC5XV, you got the TS to BM, that's the one that you can go to all the different talk groups, and And then you've got AC5XB to LR. That's their local repeater. You can't, if there's one that you can't change talk groups on, that's the local talk group. But if you can use those arrow keys on the microphone, the B and C buttons, and change talk groups, then you're okay. But if you can't change talk groups, that's the local talk group, just like Malvern has. That way you won't accidentally get on the wrong time slot.
Okay, so that's the one I got on the screen now. It says AC5XB to Little Rock. And the AC5XB DMRBM, that's the one with all the different talk groups.
If you want to go to the Malvern talk group, you could. Go to that Little Rock again. Let's see if it can talk to you on it. Should be able to. Hang on a second.
N5CG.
N5CG. N5CG.
A.M. Good morning.
From W5DI. N5CG.
W5DI.
N5CG.
K5SWT motors. W5JFA. Alright, got through dealing with that medical alarm. That was a weird situation. But anyway, I didn't wake you up or nothing, did I? I heard you sign off there on the DMR, but I didn't hear what you said. I think he was starting to kind of run down, and I was fixing to pack his computer up, and then some other guy come on there, and apparently he just moved here from somewhere else. And he said there's always somebody to talk to 24/7 on, and they had a lot of DMR repeaters. And here he said he's having a hard time finding stuff to talk on around here, but he lives in Carlisle. And said he can get to Conway, and I said, well, one of the Conway repeaters is linked in on this system, I believe. And if you can get in on it, then you're talking over a whole bunch of repeaters across the state. And there's generally somebody out here unless it's wee hours of the morning. Yeah, because here lately, we've been on here to at least about this time, at least, which I didn't take my medicine tonight anyway. When I come home, I said, well, it's tomorrow's Saturday, so it ain't no big deal. But, anyway, we had some good radio traffic today. We had a camper trailer catch on fire. Burn it up. Well, them usually don't last very long anyway. No, it was fully involved when we got there, when it was called in, and somebody was living in it, but they, of course, got out, or wasn't there or something. And we got them called the Red Cross, and got them assistance that they needed, you know. But like you say, it's all fiberglass outside, which you live in one, obviously. But anyway, you know how hot that burns. You've seen them. Is there a website that shows all the repeaters that's linked together in Arkansas here? Roger, there used to be. But I don't even think it's updated anymore. I don't know if that CAUHF.org website is still active up or not. You can try that. Now, the Arkansas Repeater Council directory, Arkansas Repeater Directory on the Arkansas Repeater Council website, I think if the trustee or repeater owner put that information in there, it should be. You might try that. Repeater book shows some, but I would try the Arkansas Repeater Council. Go to arkansasrepeatercouncil.org and then click on Repeater Directory, and you can choose, to search by your location or whatever, and see what that's all about. I know that's supposed to be pretty accurate. They worked pretty hard on it a year or two ago, got that up and going. Look around on it and see what I can find.
which ones are all linked together, like in a group or a circle.
Well, let me think now. There's another site, but I can't think of what it is. Let me think. Tim may be able to tell us tomorrow. I'm thinking that there's another website or something out there. Hey, Roger. So I called the Life Alert dispatch earlier on that alarm to try to get some further information and tell them what we found. Well, they answered the phone, Life Alert dispatch, operator 974 and stuff like that, and they transferred me to somebody else, and she gave her operator ID number, and I didn't want to be outdone, so I told them who I was. I said, this is Unit 6402. So I gave a number 2.
She probably used to those people like that calling in, though.
That second one I talked to, she was one of those that she didn't want to be there today. She didn't impress me none. She was just rude. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, that reminds me of when I got ready to swap trucks. I walked into Car-Mart, and of course lady was busy, the salesman was busy with the customer, and also, of course, they got glass all around, so you can see her sitting in the office with a customer, you know. So I just hung around 2 minutes. No, first time I stopped, I walked up there and I said, well, I was looking for something. I'm thinking about trading my truck in and getting me something different. So she walked around with me, and I asked her about 2 or 3 different vehicles out there, and I said, all right, let me think on it. So I went home. Next day, I drove back out there. Well, that's when I could see she had a customer already in the office, so I just sat down in one of the chairs. They got 4 or 5 chairs sitting right inside the front door there, you know. Let me reset this. So I just sat down there in the chair to wait my turn till she got done with her customer. Customer got up and walked out. And the lady got up and she walked out. She looked at me and she says, what do you want? Kind of like that, you know, and I just looked around on the lot at all them cars sitting there, and I looked at her right square in the face and said, nothing, not a darn thing, and I got up and walked out.
Well, I heard that.
I was just in there the day before, asking about different vehicles, you know, how much you got on this one, how many miles, and all that kind of stuff, any mechanical products, different things like that. That would have told her right there that I was interested in buying a vehicle from them. Then she walked out there and asked me, what do you want? And I'm thinking, you're a salesman, this is a car lot, and I'm sitting here waiting on you. I don't want nothing, I just got up and left.
end up doing after that?
Drove right on back about a mile up the road, stopped in there and took their Chevrolet, and they had this maroon pickup out there, and I thought, well, I'm just going to stop and look at it. I wasn't intending on buying it. I just wanted to look it over, you know. And I don't know what happened, but that salesman come running out over there, and the next thing you know, the next day I was in there signing papers and getting the keys and drove off with it. I said, I ain't never bought a vehicle that. I didn't stop to buy it. I stopped to look at it and ended up taking it home the next day. So I wasn't sure how that all happened, but it happened.
I heard that. I mean, reminds me one time my grandpa went into their house burnt back in '94, and he lost his house, his shop, because his shop was, you know, connected to the house there. So he lost everything. I mean, they could save stuff from the house, but I mean, the shop, it was gone. But anyway, so they got their insurance money, and him and my grandma go out to Sears. Went in there, and he told the customer service rep, said, I'm going to buy today about $4,000 worth of tools. I got the money to buy them, and I'm fixing to replace them and put them in my shop. I said, okay. Well, he went and picked out everything, and there was no people to be found. They had all walked off, congregated in the back somewhere. Well, he went back to the counter and kept on waiting. Well, my grandma, she was over in another section looking at some other stuff there, some dishes and stuff, you know, whatever. Or whatever Sears had, you know, of course, he got them no more. But anyway, well, my grandpa got tired of waiting. Let me reset it. So he didn't get real mad every, often. He wouldn't cuss, nothing like that. But when you made him mad and he got, he was ready for something to happen, you knew it. So he walked out in the middle of the floor, in the middle of that store, in the main aisle, and hollered, I need some help in the tool department. Boy, about 5 or 6 of them workers come running. Oh, we thought you was just looking. Said I was. Now I'm ready to buy something. Y'all want to help me today, or I need to go somewhere else?
Fire them people that when they get mad, they keep their cool and they still talk normal and calm, but they let you know what's on their mind without even getting upset. I admire people like that. Yeah, I wish, my grandpa told me about ham radio. He never got into it. He was in the CB, but he told me about ham radio and kind of how it worked and stuff. And I never did, do anything with it back then. But, I tell you what, he passed away back in 2002, and when I was growing up, usually, if you saw me, or if you saw him, I was with him somewhere. Especially when I was, little, before I started school. But, like I said, when you aggravated him, or he'd had enough of something, you knew about it. Well, my daddy never did get into ham. Matter of fact, I already had my ham license when he moved in with me up there. But he was telling me he used to have a big CB base station up at Grandma's back when he was a young feller, in his early 20s and whatever. He had that back when you had to get a hold of LCC and get a CB license and a call sign. And I still remember what his was. It used to be on a little black plastic tag
kind of like what we wear when we go to Ham Fest and stuff. And his call sign was KBZ9758. And I still got that tag somewhere around here. I don't know where it's at right now, but it's still here. But I wish he'd have took a picture of that base station he had set up, because I'm sure it was old. We're talking back in, I'm sure, 60s? All the way through the 60s into the 70s? Maybe? No? Yeah, it'd been through the 60s. But anyway, he never did get in the Ham, but I had that base radio set up there, and it just sat there on pole and fire department frequencies. So a lot of times if I was out of pocket, and they, had to do pager test every night at 7 o'clock. And, I'd get on there and say, PO and 10-4 on a pager test. Well, if I was out of pocket and wasn't around, he'd get up and go over and key it up and answer for me. They couldn't tell the difference between me and him talking on the radio. One time I was, speaking of answering radio, it was around Mother's Day. It was on Mother's Day, and I was going out to eat, we was going out to eat with Mandy's family. And nobody else was around to answer the radio. We just had select people that we would let talk to our dispatch, Everybody else stayed on our channel. Kind of like we do now. Nobody else was around. Well, my dad, he was around, and so I called the chief back then. I said, hey, I'm going to be out of pocket. I said, I know everybody's having Mother's Day family stuff. I said, my dad's going to answer the radio if we have a call, at least to answer the page, and then you can take it from there. He said, yeah, that'll work out to give me time to get to a radio. Well, my dad he said, I told my mom, he said, I'm going to go back here, and maybe going to go back of the property there on my grandma's property and do some work on the backhoe. They were going to play around on the backhoe, do something out there. And she said, well, I thought she was going to answer the radio if they got toned out for a call. So he told her how to do it, told her what channel to go to. She said, what do I say? He said, just get on there and say, Happy Mother's Day, make her tone us out again, please. And I like that one. No, we didn't have anything, but I used to check my dad. When an officer goes home, a lot of times they'll check 10-42 or 10-10, whatever. And he'd let me do this before I got on the fire department even. He said, check me 10-40. All right. And some of them knew it was me, and a couple. I'm glad your dad let you talk on that radio, and it wasn't long after that I got on the fire department. So, dadgummit, for the past 20 years I've been talking on the radio, let me tell you now. Grows on you, don't it? It really does. One of their teachers had a medical issue today, had to go to the hospital. And she asked if I was listening to the ambulance service. We call them EASY because it's Emergency Ambulance Service Incorporated. I said, no, and then she told me what happened. I said, well, I need to show you how to use your radio where if anything like that happened again, you can talk directly to them. She didn't know that, so now she'll probably start carrying the radio a lot more now. Because she could have got on there and talked directly to them, told them where to come to and all that. There
back in the 60s when he was on the city police department down there in Camden. And he said that they'd let you wear a uniform, wear a badge, carry a gun, make traffic stops, this, that, and the other. But you mentioned something about can I get a radio to put in my car? He said, you'd have thought they'd just asked if you could dig up their grandmother. He said, you could strap on a gun, carry it all day, that wasn't no problem, but you asked about a radio and everybody's mouth fell open.
Why? Were they just so expensive back then?
He said he never did know why today. He said, oh no, I don't know about getting a radio now. You can carry a gun all day long out in public and carnivals and this, that, and other, but now getting a radio, we're going to have to check into that. That's, we're not sure if that's possible. You know, that was their attitude and everything. He said he just always struck him as funny. Nowadays, everybody got their own radio, you know. He said the difference between the times, he guessed.
Well, K5SWT, you know, it aggravates me, and you're gonna get me started now. It aggravates me. We spent several $1,000s on getting these new radios we got. I mean, we had the money. We got a good deal on them because the company here in Pine Bluff, the guy, we knew he was fixing to retire, and he wanted to help us out, and he did. So we got everybody, you know, all new Tate radios. Well, we'll get a call, and what does people want to do? Call me on the phone. I can't stand that. It just drives me up the wall. I answer the phone, hello. Oh, I ain't got my radio. Why not? Oh, well, I just left it at the house. I didn't get it. And it was somebody one day, they called me in the wrong mood. I said, you trying to tell me we spent $30,000 on everybody's radio? Is more than that. But I just threw a number out there. I said, you trying to tell me we spent all this money on a radio? You're responding to a call. I said, the phone is the least of my worries when we get toned out for a call. I'm getting used to it now because we got call notes we can look at. But a policeman don't leave their house without their gun, do they? What you want to leave your house without a radio for?
You didn't have that phone. Of course, cell phones wasn't that popular back. As a matter of fact, nobody had a cell phone back then. That just happened in the last, 20 years or so. But back when I was on fire department, everybody had a radio, and everybody carried that radio with them 24 hours a day. You see them sitting over here in Malvern in the Waffle House, they had their radio on, and they was monitoring. And or if they was over in Pine Bluff or up in Little Rock, they couldn't get a signal, but they still had it on and monitoring, so when they did get close enough, they could hear it, So we didn't have no trouble with that. But back then, that was when pagers was a big deal. Everybody had to have an alphanumeric pager. They hadn't come out with cell phones yet.
Yeah, my dad had a voice pager, and that was pretty cool. About like a Minotaur pager, but you call a number and leave a message. That was cool. I liked that. I'd play with it all the time. But yeah, cell phones. I tell you what, things have come a long way, but it's still nothing like a radio. I take a radio to church with me every time I go in there. Now, I can't talk on it in there because it's a metal building and we don't have a booster to. Now the cell phones work fine. There's a cell phone booster, but it does not cover the 700, 800 megahertz band apparently. But I can get that radio and walk right out the door, and I can talk to somebody.
called them pagers, them little voice pagers you're talking about, we call them doctor's pagers, because back then, doctors was the only one that had the voice pagers. Everybody else had the alphanumeric pagers. We couldn't afford the voice one. So we got, that's one of them doctor's pagers. Well, that... for probably 20-30 minutes after he closed up there. And I learned a lot from him, and he gave me some good information. And we was talking about the beeper. He said, yeah, his dad was running the business back then, and they started that. And he said it worked out real good there at first, because most of the people getting them was your business people. My dad had, like I said, my dad had one for a little while within the plumbing business, and a lot of your, just different people, because they were pretty affordable. They was running it because they had their own transmitters and everything. Well, then, that's about the time that your dope heads, as Mike Meeks used to say, they started coming up there. Well, Douthits really wasn't designed, kind of like me, they wasn't really trying to market for the general public. They were focusing on people that had a FCC business license and stuff like that. Well, they started getting people, drug runners wanting beepers, so they got out of the pager business pretty quick. I remember going over to Douthits one or two times, taking fire department radios over and getting them programmed, because some of our stuff was done by theirs, and some of it was done by Mid-South over in Hot Springs. They were around a long time. I don't see me ever getting as big as they were, but I'm slowly learning about different things. We've about got Kelly convinced that we need a DMR radio and a dual band antenna up there at work. I think that's going to be the way to go. Would make work a whole lot less boring and a lot more interesting. Hey, I heard that. I know it would, because like at night, late at night, even Kelly could get on that worldwide talk group. When I got on there and talked up there, I don't even remember now where it was. Indonesia, didn't you? Indonesia.
That's where that guy said he was. 1AM. English, but you can tell he had a foreign accent. Yeah, you know, he sounded like a, you can tell he had an accent and all, but he's one of them guys that end every transmission with my friend. Say that again. I was looking at this. I was going to send something to you. What struck me as odd is every time he'd talk to you, the last two words of his transmission would be my friend. You know, it's like, well, it's good talking to you, my friend. How you doing, my friend? You know.
1 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. A5SWT. Yeah, I've talked to a few of them similar like that, and it might have been the same guy, but he always ended it with my friend, no matter. He might, well, that sounds good. I'm glad you're enjoying radio, my friend. You know, something like that. I might have talked to the same guy. He just enjoyed talking to seeing who all he could talk to around the world, you know. That seemed like that's what he's all about, see how many people he could talk to from other places, you know. And well, we had a good little conversation there for about 15 minutes. All right, I sent that to you on a text message. See if you can open that up. It's a map of Indonesia. Did he seem like he was an older guy and talk kind of slow? I'd guess him in his maybe late 20s, early 30s. You didn't happen to write his call sign down, did you? I might have talked to him before. It happened so quick, I didn't even think of it. Alright, was you able to open that up? Because I sent it through Apple Maps. I wasn't sure if you was able, if it sent you a link or what it did. It's got a map of Australia, and then Indonesia's got a little red dot. Look like some kind of black mark on it, and then I can't even read the name of that, J.E. something, J.A. something right there next to it. Okay, well, it didn't do it right, Tim. I tried. Not sure I like this new phone, because like I said, when I bring it up, if I move the map around or touch anything on it, it starts opening up all kinds of little boxes popping up in the middle of it. It's got some Google Maps and something else maps, and I don't know what all. It just lets you can open that, you can use that, you can choose whatever map service that you want to look through. Yeah, that's a pretty fur piece. It's like halfway between America. I mean, you go one way and you come around to America, and then you turn around and go back to that and go back the other way to America. It's about the same distance both ways.
I heard that. I bet if we got on that worldwide, it's 12-hour difference. It's 1:03 in the afternoon over there. 12-hour difference in the time.
He's completely just almost opposite of us on the Earth there.
Wow. But ain't that neat? You can talk to them on a little handheld. Little $80 handheld.
Part that was blowing my mind. I'm sitting in my living room on this little bitty walkie-talkie, and I'm talking halfway around, all clean on the other side of the Earth. You know, world away. To go over and show the kids how that's done, but I just ain't able to meet up, you know, because they're doing ball games and this, that, and other. I got over there yesterday evening just as Dusty rolled in the yard, and he said, "Get your shoes on, Corbin. We got to go. We got to be there at 7. I said, "Where you going?" He said, "We got to go to the ball game." And so they took off. I didn't get to talk to him about 5 minutes. So, but I'll get a chance. I got this DMR handheld. I'll get a chance to go over and demonstrate.
I heard that. I ain't seen nothing about when the space station's coming back.
I got me a 2-meter beam that I can hold in my hand. It's 3-element. Been sitting out here. I've been toting it around different houses, from house to house, every time I move for the last 15, 20, 25 years. But it's a little 3-element, 2-meter beam, and it's a little short one I can hold in my hand. Of course, it's kind of heavy, but I ain't figured out I could spend $200 for one of them Arrow Cross Jaggies dual band beams yet, like everybody's using, but made out of aluminum arrows for bows. But I want to get me one, but it'll be a while. But anyhow, I couldn't find my connector so I could connect that. It's got, hang on a minute. It's got a B and C connector on it. And, you know, these bow things, they got that little old SMA screw-on type deal, so I couldn't find my connector so I could match the two together, so I bought me a whole box, assortment, RF connectors, any combination you can dream of, like $36. So now I can connect that any radio I got to that antenna. So when he comes over next time, I'm going to get one radio set up to transmit on and another one set over yonder in a distance to hear on, and I'm going to see if I can do it again. I heard that. That'd be a pretty good deal then. Lou's on coon patrol again. Dude just run outside. Yeah, I keep a Walmart sack hanging beside the front door here, because everything's so close and tiny and compact in here. And when that bag gets full, and I just pull it off that hook and drop it in the big rubber trash can right outside the door. Got a wooden board laying across the top of it, a 2-foot square wooden board. I get up to throw a cigarette package in that little trash bag. She thought I was going to open the front door. She jumped down, run to the door with her tail up and her ears up, and I said, "Oh, you want to go outside?" And I opened the door. She took off like a rocket. How long will she stay out there, you think? It'll take her about 3 or 4 minutes to figure out the
ain't nothing out there, and then she'll come back to the door and stand there waiting for me to open it. I heard that. She goes out, does her business, comes right back to the front door, wants to come in and get in her recliner. She don't wander off out to the neighbors. She don't go out in the road. She just runs off out there in the weeds, does her thing, comes right back to the door. I ain't never had a dog that do that before. How long you had this dog? About 5 years now. Okay. All right, well, that's a good deal then. Sure is. Now you take her to work with you every now and then, don't you? Or was I dreaming that somewhere? Every Saturday and Sunday. And if they close on Monday for a holiday like this year, or like this week, she'll get to go Monday too. But as long as I'm there by myself, she can go, you know. That post office ain't open, and big wigs ain't there. And one of them come through the other day and seen her bed in that one chair, and she said, "What is that?" And they told her, "Well, Roger brings his little boy, she come unwound like an 8-day clock." But then that lady in the post office explained to her, "Well, he only brings her on the weekends when he's here by himself. She don't bother nothing. She stays lays right there in that bed the whole time he's here." So she smoothed that over. Wow, ain't that stupid? Other supervisor, before she retired, she had a little, like a Cocker Spaniel puppy, little bitty thing. And she had to take it out and walk it so it could do its business about every 2 or 3 hours. Well, this administrator come through in the car and seen her out there walking her dog 2 different occasions. So she called her on the phone or sent her email one. Told her, said, "We are not running a dog kennel. We're running a business here. This is no place for you pets and your dogs. Leave them at home." So then my supervisor called me, sent me a text message. "Hey, I just got in trouble for having my dog up here. You better leave Lulu at home for a while." Well, this is the same supervisor. It's the same supervisor that threw the fit. Not supervisor. Supervisor's the one that got in trouble for bringing her dog, and the administrator's the one that jumped on her. That's the same one that come through the other day and seen that Lulu's bed sitting there in that roll-around chair and hit the ceiling. Wow, what did she say when the lady at the post office took up for you? Oh, I wasn't there. They was just telling me about it afterwards. Said she went off when she seen that dog bed sitting there in that chair covered up with a towel. And then Deborah, the lady in the post office, she kind of explained it to her, to only bring her on the weekends when there's nobody in the world around but me. And then she went out the back door, seen a cigarette laying on the ledge back there. She hit the ceiling again, and I got blamed for that, even though I don't even smoke cigarettes. I smoke little brown cigars, and I don't smoke at the back door anyway. So anyway, she said, "Look here, they can't go up on top of the hill like the rest of you do and smoke." She said, "They got to stay where they can hear that telephone when it rings. They can't leave and go nowhere." She said, "Well, I guess you got a point there." So she said, "Well, it's winter, and I may just stop here and smoke instead of going all the way up to the top of the hill. That's a long walking when it's freezing the temperatures." Got that right. I got a little post office story for you myself. The ones that I got that I can't tell about, but go ahead. K5SWT. No, it probably ain't.
Mandy was doing her student teaching, she calls me up one day and she said, hey, she said, can you call the post office? She said, I sent my paperwork in to Monticello. She was going to UAM down there. She said, but I forgot to put the zip code on the envelope. Well, Monticello's only got one zip code. It was going to UAM, School of Ed, so that's obviously, don't take a rocket scientist to figure out where it's supposed to go. So I called downtown post office here in Pine Bluff, where it left from. They said, if it don't get to Monticello, it's because somebody ain't doing their job, and it's got all that on there but the zip code. I said, okay, cool. This was on like a Thursday. So that Monday morning, about 9 o'clock, 9:30, she calls me just all upset. The secretary of the School of Ed down there, she was student teaching down there at Woodlawn back then. They called her on the phone, the secretary did, that if this paperwork's not here by Monday morning, we will give you an I, which is an incomplete. She said, can you call and make sure they got it, or what you can do? Because she didn't have time to do it. She was in a classroom full of kindergarten students. Mary said, Ted. So I called down there, talked to the postmaster, real nice lady. She said, she said, that paperwork is in the School of Ed professor's mailbox right now. I put it in there myself, and I'm looking at it. I said, that's what I needed to know. So I called over at that School of Ed. Mandy said, it's a wonder she graduated. I called over at that School of Ed, and I told him who I was. This is before we got married. I said, you called my fiance just a little bit ago out of class, did you not? Yes, sir, I sure did. We hadn't gotten our paperwork yet. I said, well, you got it now. I just talked to Kathy Rosebrook over at the post office. It's on the campus post office, you know, at the college. I said, if you'll walk over at that post office, you can get your paperwork. And by the way, before you ever call anybody out of class again and tell them you're going to give them an incomplete before you go check that mailbox. I said, before you do that again, I said, why don't you get up out of your chair and go check that mailbox before you start calling, harassing people. You hear me? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Please tell Amanda I'm so sorry, sir. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
Funny. I had kind of the same thing when I bought one truck. I've been buying my cars over here at Car-Mart in Malvern. Then when Daddy bought his truck up there in Little Rock, we stopped up there at the Car-Mart, and I seen a little truck I liked, a little Dodge Dakota. So I bought it up there, but I made my payments in Malvern. Well, I'd go back here and make my payment. 2 days later, Little Rock would call. Well, we calling about your payment. You're late on your payment. I said, no, sir, I ain't. I said, it was due Friday, and I paid it. Actually, it was due Saturday, and I paid it Friday. Well, we don't have it. And I said, well, go check your email. I said, I paid it at Malvern. They sent you an email. Go check your I check the email, and he'd have it, you know. And they did this 4 or 5 times. Finally, I just called the manager up there in Little Rock, and I said, look, this guy calls me. Hang on, let me reset. This guy calls me every week, telling me that I hadn't made my payment when I have made my payment. He just hadn't went and checked his email to see if he got it from Malvern. And I said, I'm getting tired of it. If you ain't got somebody, or can't get somebody that can do their job and do it right, then I'll take my business elsewhere. Because I said, I ain't gonna go through this every time I go to buy a car, having to deal with it every single week roll around. You know, I never did get another call from them. I made all my payments from Malvern. They never called me again.
you know, I don't understand. Well, doing what they were supposed to do, so that manager probably told them like it was.
There just seems to be some people in this world that's so lazy I don't know if they can even wipe themselves without help or getting somebody to do it for them. You know what I mean? I mean, they're just that dang lazy.
I know it. And they don't want to do nothing unless they're going to get something out of it. Just like fire department. The days of people getting on to give back to the community, as far as finding anybody that's under about 30 years old, are few and far between. We got 2 guys on the fire department right now that's under 30. Matter of fact, one of them's mid-20s, and one of them's like 19. And those are 2 best young guys that we've had on in quite some time.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've had people ask me, you know, I say, why are you carrying that radio and got lights on your vehicle? Well, I'm on the fire department. Well, really? Well, I bet that's interesting. How much does that pay? I said, well, it don't pay nothing. It's a volunteer department. You know, we do it for free. And you do it for free? Why would you do it for free? I said, because I enjoy it, you know. I said, it's a part of my life. I've been doing it as long as I can remember. And I said, I've done it so long now, I can't imagine doing anything else. Well, I wouldn't do it for free. I ain't going to risk my life and not get paid for it. I said, well, that's the problem with the country. I said, there's so many people out there that says, I ain't going to do it if I ain't getting paid. I said, we do it because we enjoy it. We like doing it. And it's a way to help our community. I said, let me reset. Would you believe your homeowner's insurance is half of what it would be if we wasn't volunteering for that fire department and working to get our ISO rating down? You'd be paying twice as much for homeowner's insurance as what you do now.
What was their response then?
N5. Most of the time they just didn't really know what to say after that, because it was helping them out in the long run and they didn't even have enough sense to realize it.
Yeah, K5SWT. I don't understand. Just like we had somebody call. I said, I'm sitting here at your fire station and wanted to meet with somebody. I said, well, nobody's at our station, you know, because if you call our department number and press 1, it rings my cell phone. Of course, they don't know. They think they're talking to somebody at the station. They said, well, I wanted to see about getting on your fire department. I said, well, first question is, where do you live? And he said to me, and I quote, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I said, that's obvious that you live in Pine Bluff. I said, I need to know something better than that. Oh, I'm over here at such and such. I said, well, we can't help you because you're way far out of our district. It was at like Hardin and Main Street, kind of over close to kind of Douthit's radio service where it used to be on Ohio. I mean, he was over on that side of town. Well, I just wanted to get on Watch Chapel, help you. I said, no. I said, you can't get on. You're too far out. Oh, well, what does it pay? Oh, nothing. I didn't tell him we get a, quote, fuel reimbursement check, which is basically a little Christmas check at the end of the year. but that's all we get. But, you know, if they're getting in it for the money, then they get in it for the wrong reason anyway.
Yeah, we've been on Bowen for years, and Pearl's Fire Department got down to where they had a chief and one old man, and that's all they had for their entire fire department. So three of us, me and Tracy and Scott, we all went, and well, I think Chris, there's four of us, went over and signed up on Perla to make responses with them every time they got a call. I mean, we was on Perla Fire Department too, along with Bowen. When they got a call, we responded, and they, every time you responded to a call, you got a check for $8. That was like you said, fuel reimbursement. And you made a call, it'd be about a week, you'd get a check in the mail for $8. I said, well, it's nice of them that they get enough of their firefighters to try to help out with their gas, you know. So we had to run 8 miles over here to them every time we got a call to even get to their station, you know. But I said, that's the first time I ever heard of anybody doing that. Cause all the fire department, volunteer departments I knew, it was totally free. You paid for everything. Your lights, they furnished your turnouts, and that was about it, you know. And the equipment, as far as what you needed to use on the scene. But if you wanted lights, a radio, siren, and stuff like that on your car, if you wanted a badge and a uniform, you had to buy it all, you know.
Now, what a lot of departments are doing around, and it's catching on, they're still volunteer, but they're doing pay per call. One of them's paying like $8 a call, like you said. They get it at Christmas time is what they're doing. They pay $8 a call, but you have to physically show up on the scene, and it has to be a working fire. Like if you were going and canceled, well, that don't count. So, but they only go to fire calls. They don't do medical emergencies. We have sort of looked into that. I think it's moving in that direction. Our board of directors to be for that, because it's something new that we've never done before. But I think it's moving that way. Just this day and time, I mean, another department pays $10 a call, and they get a check like either at the end of the year or once a quarter or something. Now, departments in Grant County, they get paid pretty good now. Still volunteer. As long as you get paid less than $5,000 a year, you're still considered a volunteer firefighter, believe it or not. So, I think it's moving that way, and I've looked at it all, and it really sort of makes sense. It gives some incentive for people to get up at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, about this time of morning now, and do something.
Well, my main thing's the gas. You know, the price of gas is up so high now that back when I was doing it, you could fill your car up for a $20 bill and run 2 or 3 days. You can make 15 calls on $20, you know, worth of gas. But the way gas is now, you know, it's worth it to give them a little something to replenish the gas they burn going to each one of the calls. You know, it's a good deal. But still, you know, like I said, you know, we did it because we enjoyed it. We didn't care what it cost. If we didn't have the gas to go, we just didn't go. But if we had gas in our car and we got a call, we went, you know.
So I understand that for sure. I mean, And that's why they're doing it, you know, for gas and wear and tear on your vehicle and stuff. So, but
I don't know what to do. Most of the time I took my car to the scene because I had 5 or 6 radios in there. I was the communications guy for our department. But if the phone went off, I was the only one responding. I didn't hear nobody else say they was en route. I was only 1 block from the fire station, so even if I didn't have enough gas in my car to go, I could just run out the front door and run 1 block up there, open the door to the fire station, grab a truck, and take off. So, and there was about 3 or 4 of us that lived within a block of the fire station that could do that, you know. So, it worked out real well.
yeah, that's a good thing. And we've even looked at the idea, since we do medical calls too, do the pay per call, but cap it after a certain amount. Me and Mandy even looked into it, of how it could be done and be fair and everything. But like I said, it's something that's new that we would have to, you know, we'd have to get with other departments and stuff and show the benefits of it and everything. And I think it would, I think that it would go over. But
N5CG.
What I usually do, I turn the TV down where I can just barely hear it. I know what number I need to go on the volume. I put it on 9, and then I can just barely hear it in the bed if I'm awake. Now, once I go to sleep, I don't hear nothing. But if I wake up, I can real faintly hear the TV and tell what's playing, you know. And I can sit there and I'll get to listen to that and kind of get my mind occupied, and next thing you know, I'm sound asleep. So, all right, then, we'll catch you later. Good talking to you, and we'll catch you out here maybe tomorrow if you're up to it. And have a good night, 73 W5DI.
all right, Roger. Yeah, we'll catch you later on, and I'll be around tomorrow. K5SWT.
N5CG.
warning.
From W5DI.
3 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. N5CG. N5CG.
4 a.m. Good morning.
From W5DI. N5CG.
P.S. Repeater, the time is 5 a.m.
A.M. Good morning.
From W5DI.
Good morning.
From W5DI. the Central AR Radio Emergency Net W5DI repeater in West Little Rock.
Welcome to the W5DI repeater.